around to perform their own timer with their client to exact place.
You believe me, even if you don't
Competition against the clock with number 70 arena on the Bologna
I'm trying
going 2010. Number 7,
break free.
in the block.
There'll be nothing left for no one.
Bruce Mennosprijs om 5:30 gaan we aanvang nemen met de eerste ronde voor de Nations Cup met de Young Riders. Om de Bruce Mennosprijs. Bruce Menno's zet zich in om de toonaangevende locatie ter wereld te zijn voor de internationale paardensporten. Met de focus op de organisatie en de hosting van springconcoursen van ongeëvenaarde kwaliteit voor junior, amateur en professional.
89 seconds to a front place for Germany. It was Frida Heinrich and Pino Rini away the plaats met tijd van 12 seconden. Nederlands Amazon binnenkomen.
5 van 12 en 4 de eerste combinatie in de eerste ronde. De Nations Cup, de Young Riders. We hebben 9 teams. Duitsland, Polen, Italië, Spanje, Nederland, Groot-Brittannië, Denemarken, België en Zweden. Dat is ook de volgorde. We will start with Germany, then Poland, Italy, Spain, Netherlands, Great Britain, Denmark, Belgium, and last Sweden. Terwijl het klokken gaan het parcours sluiten voor verkenning. De arena is closed for inspection. Spruce Meadows strijd. Spruce Meadows is committed to being the world's leading venue for international equestrian sports with a focus on organizing and hosting show jumping competition of unparalleled quality for junior, amateur and professionals. The Spruce Meadows strijd. Nederland in de Nations Cup, de openingstune verzorgd door Finn Magwaltmans. Wij gaan aanvangen met de Spruce Meadows prijs, de Nations Cup Young Riders. 9 landen, 36 combinaties. We gaan kijken naar de eerste combinatie voor Duitsland. En dat is magnifiek met Zero. Navolging van de Conlanderman Kassal, de first rider voor Germany.
Well, a very good afternoon to you. Welcome back to Zuidwolde in the Netherlands. We have for you the young rider category in this afternoon's action. She's just tackling the triple combination there at fence 4, for onto a big uptight oxer at fence 5. If we take a little look around the rest of the course with Natalia and first one, this upright at fence 6 is set on a fairly long related distance then to the double at 7, just one stride in between there. Then it's another right-handed curve to another of these turquoise coloured oxers at fence 8, and it's right-handed through the middle of the arena to fence 9. 10 is an oxer there, just through the hut in the middle of the arena. Then quite a push to the penultimate fence, the water, and this final line takes them down to the upright at fence 12 to finish. Once again, it's one fence down. I imagine we might see a good few riders have that final fence down. It's right at the end of the course and certainly is going to take some jumping. It's a real question of adaptability, a real question of collecting the horse back up, that classic question posed by our course design team of really lengthening out for the water, then pulling it back for the upright, which of course requires quite delicate jumping. Well, Aurora Guaragno is next up. She's the first rider for Italy. Aurora rides Contento 23. Contento is 13 years old and is a stallion owned by Maria Grazia Carbonaro. He's by Contendros 2. Aurora is ranked 118th in the FEI jumping under 25 rankings. She was part of the second place team at Busto Arsizio just a couple of weeks ago. Placed really well in December in a 3-star Grand Prix in Palermo, which had a good few top 10 finishes in Compiègne and in Busto Arsizio as well. So on a good run of form. She's on quite the curving line there to fence 9. She just really overshot the turn, but didn't cause her any problems with this consistent jumping horse. And she gets the clear round. Nothing at all to add for Italy. Aurora Guaragno gets the clear round. In fact, I'll just correct myself on the height of these fences. These are 1.45 meters in height, the biggest of the Youth Nations Cup series. So let's go to Elena Appendino now with Grupo Prom Hacienda, riding for Spain. Elena's just outside the top 500 in the under 25 rankings. She comes here from a win with her horse Iceman in a 1.40 meter class in Spain. Grupo Prom Hacienda, though, jumping really nicely down this final line for her, this 12-year-old mare that she just drops one pole with. So again, a pretty strong start for Spain. So far we have only had clear and 4 faulting rounds. Well, Finn Boerekamp is just outside the top 200 in the world rankings on that under 25 list, and rides for the Netherlands with the horse Parfait van de Bisschop today. Again, a rider who has been competing in lots of good competitions down in places like Valencia, and spent some good time in Kronenberg as well, jumping to the 3-star level, but also in the young rider and the young horse competitions as well. Parfait is a 9-year-old mare, bred in Belgium, and has been with Finn since the back end of last year. This is his first Nations Cup appearance. Well, the turquoise oxer on that turn out comes down for Finn Boerekamp, sort of anticipating the turn back into the wall. Well, the final fence goes as well, gets a bit of an awkward jump there. 2 down for Finn Boerekamp on his debut Nations Cup appearance.
Probleem kan hij nu met de eerste coördinatie. Mitchell Marley, die voor van de banen slagen. Dan komen we van podium van TNL, nou 5 sheets. First rider representing Great Britain.
Let's go then to Great Britain now. First rider in for them is Rachel Proudley. Rachel's 290th in the FEI jumping under 25 ranking, and this stunning horse that she rides is Petit Four van der Wareslager, who's a 9-year-old gelding owned by Sarah Borthwick, HK Horses and Sheen Murphy. Sheen Murphy, of course, the jockey. This pair jumped in the Nations Cup for Great Britain already. Competed at Compiègne to have one pole in round 1 and then a clear. It's also been a ride for Richard Howley and Jocasta Simons as well, who primarily developed this as a young horse. Horse has had wins up to the 3-star level with Richard Howley and one in a 2-star class at Wellington with Jocasta. Has a good look at the water, but well ridden by Rachel to just ensure that they get through the flags and safely over the last as well. The time is good, it's 69.02. And we get the second clear of the competition, this time for Rachel Proudley. For Denmark then, it's now the turn of Jacob Theodore Schmidt. Rides, as I say, for Denmark with Bergergarden Gladiola, 256th in your FEI under 25 rankings. First Nations Cup appearance for this pair as well. Bergergarden Gladiola is a 12-year-old Danish-bred stallion and is a relatively new ride for Jacob, just since March of this year. Former ride of Lars Pedersen of Denmark, with whom this horse competed up to the meter 50 level, and has also competed in the Longines EEF Nations Cup Series with Lars as well. We actually have a leg of that Nations Cup Series on Sunday coming from Athens, so another one to keep your eye on if you are a fan of show jumping, a fan of the Nations Cup format. Certainly one to watch. Jacob Theodore Schmidt, though, with Boga Gardens Gladiola, gets a lovely clear round for Denmark, the third clear of the competition. One for Italy, one for Great Britain, and one now for Denmark.
Sarah Verlinde uit België, de volgende combinatie in Mary en Billy Etna. Geboren in 2015 de Mary, dochter van Billy Kokgal, maar Gavin Vincent, de busrijder voor België.
Next up is Sarah Verlinde with Billy Etna. We're working on the 4 already at quite an early stage. Sarah part of the Belgian team. Well, just a really awkward jump at fence 5 there. Really stood off that oxer. It very much is up to height. Sadly, it's only fence 5 though, and we're on to 12 now. And sadly, it's coming apart in the double as well. Well, that will be a second refusal, which sadly incurs elimination for Sarah Verlinde and Billy Etna. So that means that the 3 coming Belgian riders will need to all go as well as possible. All 3 of their scores must count. We have to have 3 counting scores. And so those 3 will be required in order to give a final score. Ebba Kawenta is in now with Helios, riding for Sweden. This pair were part of the winning Swedish team in Drammen earlier on this month. Just one pole down in each round for this pair. Also placed well in some young rider Grand Prix in recent weeks and months. Helios, a 12-year-old gelding, and a former ride of Martin Dinesen Niergaard of Denmark further back in his career. Been a ride for Ebba for about a year now. They certainly make a lovely picture together. She's also had another win in a meter 45 class. That was a speed class at Centaur Park. So some really nice results, and certainly a combination that could be good on the clock as well. Let's get the balance back for this double. Really nicely done. Safely over the water, and Ebba Kawenta comes now to the final fence. It's just going to be 4, and look at the time, 68.27. We said that this pair had performed really well against the clock in the past, and they do so again here today. Just one pole down.
De eerste combinatie is gehad van de 9 landen. Struuse Bennerslijs, deze cup de jongrijders. We gaan door met de tweede deelnemers. De tweede ruimtes en Antonis van de 9 landen. Allereerst Duitsland met de tweede combinatie. Charlotte Carstensen met Cassina. Van links de Cassalito van Cassaro. Second rider representing Germany.
So let's go back to Germany then. We're on to the second riders for each of the teams. This is Tyder Carstensen. Tyder rides Gassira. 245th in the under-25 world rankings. This is their first Nations Cup of the year. First one even for Taida, but we have seen him compete in the Nations Cup in previous years. This horse has already also competed in some 5-star competitions with Taika Carstensen to some pretty good results. Third in Stuttgart. Now down the levels a little with Taida, but a lovely round. It's clear for Germany, nothing to add at all.
Daarmee Duitsland in combinatie met 4 strafpunten en in combinatie van Blauw-zwart. Voor het is one clear. Polen nu met de tweede combinatie Lena Martusak en Zuidwolde van de Witte verder.
Onwards then to Poland now. This is Lena Marusak. With Jetulon van de Rietven. She actually rode this horse in the 3-star World Cup Grand Prix in Warsaw and jumped in the Nations Cup final last year as well as in the European Championships. What a pity. Down at fence 3 for 4. Jetulon was the European Championships ride. Contributed 1 clear and 1 12-fault round to the 5th place finish at Linz-Ebelsberg in Austria. Well, sadly, just got a little flat through the double there. Didn't get the height required. Well, the final score for Lena Marusak will be 12 for Poland. So now we have these second riders, we can tell the minimum score for the teams. So if we have a clear, they could still finish on a clean sheet because of course we have 3 counting scores. For Poland though, with a 4 faulting and a 12 faulting round, they will count at least 4 for round 1. That's the minimum.
Second rider representing Italy.
Well, following Poland, we will go back to Italy, to Lorenzo Patrese with Gentleman H. Again, a former European Championship rider from 2018. Was in the children's division. Lorenzo Patrese, his successful young rider career now. Strong rattle in the triple, but the poles stay up. This pair competed at Linz-Ebelsberg, part of the 4th place team there. Oh, what a pity. Final fence down for Lorenzo Patrese. We said we would see that happen to a few riders, and we have it again here now. Gives a score of 4 for the Italian team. However, with that clear, they still could finish on a 0 score. Plenty more to come.
Voor Spanje zal niet starten. Dat betekent dat wij doorgaan met de volgende combinatie. En dat is de Nederlandse amazone Fleur Holleman. Met de Cartacte du Haubret van de hengste Conradman in de trouw. Second rider representing the Netherlands.
Onwards to Spain once again now then. The second rider for the Spanish team is Maria Garcia Pertusa Bodega with Gitalin. Oh, in fact, we're now not going to have the Spanish rider. That was on our list. In fact, we go to the Netherlands now, the home nation with Fleur Holleman and Katak de Groot-Breel. Bring you information on the Spanish competitor as soon as we have it. But we are moving straight onwards to the Netherlands now and to Fleur Holleman. Dutch team have a score of 8 on the board already. Good, that swing out now gets the really nice line actually to fence 9. Fleur Holleman coming home with nothing to add. Oh, but it's the final fence again. Down for the Dutch rider, Fleur Holleman. Oh, what a pity. Minimum score then for the Netherlands will be 4 now.
Jake Myers uit Groot-Brittannië nu met de J Superstar. De heenstakel in van Shamandando Limit, representing Great Britain.
All right then, let's go back to Great Britain to Jake Myers with J Superstar. We have a clear already for the British team. Jake's contested plenty of the big tour classes across the UK recently at the likes of Chard, Chepstow and Wellington. Those all, of course, being 2-star competitions. He's dropped 1 pole so far. J Superstar, a 10-year-old Dutch-bred stallion that was a former rider of Ellen Whittaker up until the summer of 2023. Well, it's just the 1 pole then for Jake Myers and J Superstar. Super talented combination, just dropping 1 pole for the British team.
Tweede combinatie nu uit Denemarken. Victoria Sophia Mensen met catwalk vanuit de Cosmeo. Second rider representing Denmark.
We now bring you Victoria Sophia Hjorth-Madsen for the Danish team with Catwalk V. Victoria is 104th in the FEI jumping under 25 ranking. Pretty well ranked there. She was part of the third place team at Zuidwolde with catwalk, dropping just one pole across the 2 rounds. She's also jumped this horse for a few top 5 finishes in the under 25 Grand Prix. Oh, what a pity. I had to work very hard to get the balance back for the turquoise oxer there. Goes outside the fence. That means she then has to sort of shuffle right to make the line for the wall. Unfortunately, then has the refusal at fence 10. Well, the arena party will just reset fence 10. Of course, with the fence down, she's now on to a score of 8. Well, good to see them over that fence the second time. And the total will be just 12 for Victoria Sofia Hjort Madsen of Denmark.
In total 12 points, including 4-time penalties, 77.77. Tweede combinatie nu voor België, Evelien Butters met overloper VDA van Eens de Thunder van de Zuidwolde. Second rider representing Belgium.
Well, Evelien Putters needs very little introduction. She rides for Belgium. And she selects the horse Oberon Veach for today's competition. Eveline's a 3-time European Championship rider, multiple medalist. Her most recent Europeans was in the junior division in 2022, where she was individual bronze and part of the gold medal winning team. She ranks 51st in the FEI jumping under 25 ranking. She jumped a good clear and then just a 5 faulting round in Compiègne to help the team to second place. She also won the Young Rider Nations Cup Grand Prix at Compiègne in April as well. Comes here with nothing to add so far, and it's a perfect round for the young Belgian rider. A clear round, exactly what the Belgian team need with that difficult elimination for their first rider.
Second rider representing Sweden.
Well, riding for Sweden is Josephine Torell. Josephine rides Demoiselle du Mesnil. Sweden with the 4 faulting round already. Part of the 7th place team in Compiègne. But prior to that this year, Josephine has had quite some time developing her young horses, 5 and 6-year-olds and 7 and 8-year-olds. Demoiselle is an 11-year-old mare, formerly ridden by Ivan Dalton of Ireland, but with Josephine since for about a year now. Well, the final fence stays in the cups for Josephine Torel, but she just drops one pole. The minimum score for the Swedish team as it stands is 4.
En dit waren de tweede combinaties van Nederland in deze eerste ronde. De Nations Cup Young Riders. Ze gaan door naar de derde ruiters en outsiders van elk land. 9 totaal in de Spruce Meadows prijs. De derde ruiters zijn als nu allereerst Duitsland, de derde combinatie. Dat is Magnus Schmidt met Carl Gustav.
Magnus Schmidt is up next. We go back now to Germany for the third riders for each of the teams. Magnus Schmidt rides Carl Gustav 7. We have one clear and one four-faulting round for the German team, so this could be crucial. A clear would keep them in with a chance of finishing on a 0. Anything down would be counted. Magnus Schmidt going great guns around here. He's got quite an interesting way of riding, actually. He needs to sort of hangs on to Carl Gustav a bit here, and there's a reason for that. The horse is not keen on the look of the water at all. So 4 for the refusal, but the time will start to have an impact. 74 seconds the time allowed there. But unfortunately, with 2 refusals, it's elimination for Germany. And that means that the 4 will have to count. That's the minimum score for the German team.
En daarmee staat Duitsland op dit moment op 4 strafpunten. De score at this moment for Germany 4 penalty points. Polen, derde combinatie Maximilian Bartnicki van Ferrari Kaan. Nakoming van Cardetto.
Maximilian Parkitny is up next. He rides for Poland and rides the horse Ferrari K. Polish team on a score of 4 as it stands. This pair jumped at Zduchowice for just 1 pole across the 2 rounds. It was also a combination from the Europeans last year, as well as several other Nations Cup legs in 2022, as well as the Europeans in 2022 as well. It's going to increase the score, though, for the Polish team with a 4 and a 12. This 8, now 12, puts the team to a score, oh dear, 16 now, puts the team to a score of 16. Well, the score will be 16 for Maximilian Parkitny and Ferrari K. Costly, as it gives the Polish team a total score of 16 now, counting the 4 and the 12.
20 penalty points. Italië nu met Martina Simoni en Bayardo, aankoming van Badekeur, third rider voor Italy.
On then to Italy once again now. Martina Simoni, who is their third competitor, riding Bayardo. Martina's just outside the top 100 in the FEI jumping under 25 rankings. She's competed in the 5-star classes at the Rolex show in Rome last weekend at the Piazza di Siena. She jumped Bayardo in the winning round class and in a speed class. Didn't really place, but certainly impressive to be competing at that level. She also has a lot of starts in the 3-star competitions. Really collects back to make that turn, possibly wastes her a little bit of time. Bayardo, an 8-year-old only, an 8-year-old stallion. Well, safely down the final line for Martina Simoni, but it is going to be a score of 4.
En daarmee komt Italië op dit moment op 4 strafpunten. De score is voor Italy voor penalty points. Spanje nu met Patricia Spitsen, Camara en Dulcine Blatter, nummer 611.
Well, let's go to Spain then, to Patricia Astiz Camara. Riding Dulcine Platière. Looks like our earlier Spanish competitor withdrew from competition. So I think they may now have 3 riders only. Patricia has 2 good horses in her string, and this 11-year-old mare makes her Nations Cup debut. The score is 7 for Patricia Astiz Camara. They pick up a little bit for time as well.
76.24. Even verzoek aan de parcours. We gaan even hindernis 8 controleren. Hindernis 8 even controleren.
So Spain on to a score of 11 now. We gather that their second competitor withdrew.
Emma Bokker, volkscoördinatie en de Amerika de Zaal Center, zangzijdig vocht van kanaalpaal Harley VDL. Representing the Netherlands, third rider, Emma Bokker.
Emma Bokken is the third rider for the Netherlands. Riding Cadessa Z. Inside the top 300 in the world of the under 25 list. Rider from the Nations Cup final last year. Riding Cadessa. Cadessa's also been her ride for 2 Europeans, for Team Silver both times. She's a 10-year-old mare now. Emma jumps her up to the 3-star level. Sounds like some support there, not only from the spectators, but also from the pets in here in Zuidwolde. A great round for Emma Bokken with Cadessa Z. Gets a clear round for the Netherlands, keeps them on a score of 4.
Emma Bokken met Cadessa Z. Daarmee komt Nederland op dit moment op 4 strafpunten. De score nou voor de Netherlands 4 penalty points. Groot-Brittannië nu, Great Britain, Lauren Caroline en Elmira Mill. Next to Tino Set, the third rider of Great Britain.
So let's go to Great Britain then. It's Lauren Caroline now with Elmira Mail. Great Britain on a score of 0 and 1 of 4. So if Lauren can jump clear, we'll keep them on a 0 score. She's 205th in the world rankings. They placed 11th in the 2-star Grand Prix at Wellington recently. Really steady on this turn to the wall, but she knows Elmira Mail well. She's had this ride for almost a year. It's a former ride of Shane Breen. Lauren's had plenty of top 10 placings with this horse. And she just drops the 1 pole in the end. It's 1 down and Great Britain stay on a score of 4.
Lauren Caroline and Elmira Mill, Great Britain. 4 penalty points set at this moment for Great Britain. Denemarken nu met Josephine Zetkamp-Mollep en Riddle Quiz. Nakoming van allemaal Flying Point Easy. Third rider representing Denmark. En even herstel op de uitslag van Patricia Stis-Camara. 8 strafpunten, 3 voor de tijd, 11 totaal. In total 11 points voor Patricia Stis-Camara.
Well, Josephine Sandgaard Morup is up next with Riddle Quiz, riding for Denmark. We have a clear and a 12 faulting score for the team so far. Be great to get another clear for them. In terms of the season standings in the Young Rider division, of course this is the 7th leg of the series, but it's actually just the penultimate leg, so there's only one after this. The Danish team sit in 3rd place, having had 2 third-place finishers and a 2nd. Switzerland are at the top of the tree, but they're not here in Zuidwolde. Germany sit in 2nd. was a brilliant performance
Vier strafpunten
from
voor
Josephine
16
Sandgaard
rebound,
Morup
16
and Riddle
seven
Quiz.
voor
She
Joseph
just drops one pole,
Morup en
and the
Riddle
score for the
Quiz.
Danish team now goes to
En
4.
daarmee komt Denemarken op dit moment ook op 4 strafpunten voor
Means that we
voor
have a
16
lot of
wisselmoments
teams
voor
on a score
Denemarken.
of 4.
Deze Cup de jonge rijders.
6 at the moment, in fact.
Spruce Meadows prijs. Dat vervolgen met de derde
The results are for sure going to go down to the final riders. It absolutely was nail-biting in the junior competition. We just had those placings changing up and down and up and down. And it was down to the final riders to determine the results. Well, for Belgium now, it's Mathieu Bordeaux-Douy. Mathieu, the third rider. The Belgian team, remember, had that elimination, unfortunately, early on. So this must be a counting score, whatever happens. Two down for Mathieu Bordeaux-Douy. That puts the Belgian team to a total score of 8, and they drop a little below our other teams. We still have plenty on that score of 4.
En daarmee komt de dagje op dit moment op 8 strafpunten. Voor nou 1 penalty point voor België. We gaan door met Zweden. En dan met Ingemar Hammenström en Seth.
So Sweden are the final team to bring forward their third rider. This is Ingemar Hammarström with Seed. Ingemar has been jumping across Denmark recently, and has always also had some trips up to Norway to Drammen to jump in the individual competitions there. This is Ingemar's first Nations Cup of the year, I believe first ever Nations Cup. Had a couple of wins with Seed though. This 18-year-old gelding, experienced horse, is too deep to the turquoise-coloured oxer there. And so down it comes. Comes here fresh from 2 wins, 2 back-to-back class wins in Drammen. Also want to run a 4 international clear rounds. And the final line causes no problems. It's 1 pole down. The Swedish score goes to 8 as a team.
We gaan nu naar de laatste combinaties van de 9 landen in de Nations Cup Young Riders op de Scrooge Meadows prijs. We gaan kijken naar Germany. Duitsland, de laatste combinatie, Big Hounhorse met Stuart's Constance. Geweest komt het allemaal Arpeggio. The last rider representing Germany.
So Mick Hauenhorst is the final rider for Germany, riding through as Constanze. One elimination, remember, for the German team, but they're just onto a score of 4 at the moment. Nice and carefully through the double. Chips in a bit to that Oxer, but manages it well. Just 2 left for Mick Hauenhorst to keep Germany on a score of 4. Well, a great anchorman for the team. Punches, yeah, quite the showman as well. We discount the elimination then, and Germany finish on a score of 4. Great team efforts to pull that back.
Rechtstreeks het resultaat voor Magnus wint. Wij hebben 4 strafpunten. Dat is de totaalscore, de totaalscore voor penalty points. Polen nu met de laatste combinatie met Marcia Hanslik en Landere. Op Renvin VDL Ultima.
Final rider then for the Polish team is Maciej Hanslik. Landro is the ride. This was Maciej's ride for the Nations Cup in Zuidwolde for the 5th place team. But this pair have really come on in competing this horse in the 6- and 7-year-old competitions. Only in October of last year, Landro's just 8 years old. Swings the quarters out on the turns a bit. We could just possibly do with a bit more straightness around the turns as this pair go up the levels. But as I say, it's only an 8-year-old, so there's plenty to like about this partnership for sure. It's 3-time penalties. The time's 76.50, and remember that time allowed is 74 seconds. Poland then dropped the score of 16, where they count a 3, a 4 and a 12 to finish on a score of 19 overall.
Italië nu met de laatste combinatie. Davide Vitaal met Leicester van Hengst Elvis per punten Lord Z. Laatste combination for Italy.
Well, Davide Vitale is in next, the final rider for Italy, with Leicester. Again, 2-time European Championship rider, those coming in the junior division. In the juniors last year. Davide, though, a well-known name on the Italian teams. Contributed to the 6th place finish for the Italian team in Compiègne. Well, just one fence left for Davide Vitale. Oh my goodness me! Oh, what a shame. Gosh, it was such a beautiful round up to that point, but that is not what we would have expected from the Italian combination. Sadly parting ways at the final fence, and so its elimination gives Italy a team score of 8. Well, we have 6 teams still to complete. Those 2 teams being Spain, the Netherlands, Great Britain, Denmark, Belgium and Sweden. At the moment, the leading team out of those that have completed is Germany on a score of 4. But we take a short break now. Waiting for the course to be reset. Great to see Davide Vitale and Leicester walking out, both up and on their feet safely.
Vierde combinatie nu voor Spanje, dames en heren. Het is Juan de Evangel en Havana Maria Grande.
So we go to Spain now then. This has to be a counting score, as remember we have one withdrawal for the Spanish team. Their final rider will be Juan Riva Gil. And Juan rides Havan Balia Grand Mustier ZD. Bold riding to fence 3, and that's really paid off for them. Good to see that nice positive riding. This pair were part of the 3rd place team at Busto Arsizio. This 12-year-old mare has been a partner for Juan across a decent period of time, but has also been ridden not too long ago by Kyle Tim of Canada and Kevin Stout of France. In the past, Kevin Stout had this horse in various 5-star competitions. Just going to be the 4 for the Spanish rider. So we count 2 scores of 4 and a score of 7 for Spain, and the total for the team will be 15.
Laatste combinatie nu voor Nederland en dat is Marten Eiland. Brengt hier de Mary Isla in Pizza van dubbelensman nummer 1. Representing the Netherlands, Marten Eiland.
Let's go back to the Netherlands now then, to Maart Eiland. Maart rides Isla Ibita. Conjures up quite a summery feeling. Marta has been developing lots of young horses in recent times. He's actually a 3-time European Championship rider as well, Team Silver in 2022 in the junior division. But most recently has been developing the younger horses as well as competing Isla Ibiza, this 11-year-old, up to the 3-star competitions. It's a fairly new ride and is a former rider Bas van der Aar.
4 strafpunten in het akkoord.
One down then for Mart Island of the Netherlands. Just gives them 4, and the Dutch team come home with a score of 8. They are level with Italy and they are just 1 pole behind Germany.
Samen zijn gefokt bij de geboren in 2012. Nakomeling van Vivaldi de Seigneur. Gereden door Ava.
But we have 4 teams left to complete in round 1. Of course, this is a 2-round competition. Round 2 will be bringing you live on FEI TV later this afternoon. Eva Vernon is the final rider for the British team, riding Volney de Choc Z. Eva ranks 125th in the FEI Jumping Under 25 rankings. Regular competitor at the 2-star level. And she was part of the team at Compiègne. Jumped clear in round 2 there. She's also had plenty of weeks down on the Sunshine Tour, competing there with her horses. This 12-year-old mare has been a previous Nations Cup ride for Eva, previous Nations Cup final ride, in fact, as well. She actually placed 4th in the Nations Cup Grand Prix last year. And has had a good few top 10 finishes and top 5 finishes in recent weeks. Most recent top result was the 2nd place in the Prix Defender at Carbourg. And that great run of form continues here today. A brilliant time as well of 67.58 for Great Britain's Eva Vernon and Volney de Choc. That means Great Britain can drop one of their scores of 4 and they finish on a score of 4.
Denemarken met de laatste combinatie nu. Caroline Knudsen en Landlist Cassio.
Caroline Knudsen comes next. Caroline rides Landlist Calicon for Denmark. Danish team on a score of 4 as it stands. Again, another rider from that Compiègne leg earlier on this season. Their team finished 3rd, but Caroline won the pre-Happy Crackers there. 145 young rider class. The 1 pole down now has the Danish team onto a score of 8, so they go level with the Netherlands and Italy, drop behind Germany and Great Britain. Caroline also won a couple of classes in Herning in March, as well as a class at Centaur Park towards the end of last year. So really consistent pair. The 2 fences down is not really their usual style. More often than not, they drop no poles or 1 pole. It's a score of 8 though for Denmark's Caroline Knudsen and Landlist Calicon. We dropped the score of 12 and we now count 12 for Denmark, a 0, a 4 and an 8. It's not all over for the Danish team. They are going further down the leaderboard. They are onto a score of 12. But they stay ahead of Poland and Spain. Poland on 19. And the Spanish team on 15. Vic de Plecker is in now for Belgium with Ilipsho. Must be a counting score. Oh, down comes this turquoise oxer again. They're anticipating the turn back to fence 9, and it's quite a tough distance from the double. Just getting quite deep in there, a lot of them.
Kwaliteit was voor 2,67 B200ste, but die staat in de parcours.
4 punten, 69,60 voor penalty point.
Well, just one pole for Victor Plecker of Belgium. Of course, they had that elimination for their first rider, so we now count the score of 4 as well. We add that to the 8 and the clear that they already have, and their team total is 12 for round 1. Well, the final rider for round 1 is in the ring now. It's Matilda Bolin of Sweden. The final rider for round 1. She rides Domino van der Zoethoven. And the Swedish team on a score of 8. That's the best score that they could finish on. Matilda 120th in the under 25 world rankings. Nicely through the triple. Of course, a score of 8 would have them level with the likes of Italy and the Netherlands, but 12 would drop them down to be level with Belgium, but it's pretty close. Carefully over that bogey fence. And just now, good to the wall. That's been jumping well. Hasn't come down for too many people. Well, a swift round, very quick time, and nothing to add for Matilda Bolin. So it's going to be a clear round, first clear round for the Swedish team, and their score will be 8 from round 1. They stay level with Italy and with the Netherlands, and we will take the top 9 teams back for round 2. Unfortunately, that means we lose the Polish team. The top 8 teams back, sorry, will come for the second round. Team Poland, unfortunately, we will lose them as they finish in 9th place. As ever, the action does not stop there, though. We do have a second round to bring you for this Young Rider Nations Cup, and that will be kicking off at 6:30 local time, so that's 6:30 Central European time. It's 5:30 if you are watching in the UK. So we'll be back very shortly. Do join us again for all the action live on FEI TV.
Then Belgium, the third is Denmark, the fourth in the starting order is Italy, the fifth the Netherlands, the sixth Sweden, the seventh Germany, and the last one is Great Britain. Het zorgt dus dan voor de in de Sproos medal straks. Straks de in-between van de Young Riders. En dan gaan we vanavond om 6:30 verder met de tweede ronde, de ontknoping op de gouden medaille bij de Young Riders. Dat allemaal om de Spruce Meadows prijs. Spruce Meadows is committed to being the world leading venue for international equestrian sports with a focus on organizing and hosting show jumping competitions of unparalleled quality for junior, amateur and professionals. bevindt zich aan de auto met de volgende kenteken NL823F. Uw auto graag met spoed verplaatsen. Dus de eigenaar van een auto met kenteken NL823F met spoed uw auto verplaatsen. Dank u wel.
vooraan staan in het eerste gedeelte. Wij gaan naar de windtal voor Isabel Olson met Oksana, 10-jarig medekant in Dokbro. Mooi. Wisselcoördinaties te gaan. We gaan verder met de Belgische route Robin Vermeijer. Komt Ghana op de Terrelse Zwitserse snelheden. Voor 2010. We starten met 17. 17. Belgium. Germany now with Lutz Grip Silver and LA Lovely Ball. From 2013, Los Angeles, Alvaro in the second line with 18 on the list.
An announcement for the competitors and the young riders in between class. The course is now open for inspection.
Also Germany clearing 68.14 seconds into 6th place so far. Lovely Ball with my Lutz Grip Silver. 4 starters to go. The first group in the British Benchmark Prize continue with Olivia Brightmore for Great Britain. Lewis van de Duivelsputten Zets, de 19 on the list for Great Britain. Rob Tack. Two point 57 the time in the clear out for Olivia Brightmore and Lewis van de Duivelsputten Zets. Van de volgende combinatie komt uit voor Groot-Brittannië, Terry Morgan Evans met Bronstone Indro, number 20 on the list representing Great Britain. to a third place in the competition. Great results for Great Britain, Terry Morgan So with the evolution brings rider. Finish with 462.24 seconds. Penalty points. Op the edit. Stay for safety. Outside the goal has moved Farina Slovenia for Poland with top Farina. Continue starting with 22 to into the Poland. Voor de laatste start in de beurtgroep van Sloan voor Polen, 67.44 met Morgen staat voor de aanvallen uit Polen 44 onze Polen. Isabel Olsen in de lead with Oksana 2 voor 22 Delta. 62 voor 82 Olsen in de Isabel Olsen. Mira Brunes, tweede plaatsdekwerk, weer Friesland, derde plaats. Camilla Abel, vierde plaats. Kik Brunes, de derde plaats in de Angola, de zesde plaats.
20 over 5, dames en heren, dan gaan we ons programma volgen. En dan met de Spurs Meadows prijs, de Young Riders, de Big Tour in between. En hierin hebben we 27 combinaties, 27 competitors in de Young Riders Big Tour in between op de Spruce Meadows prijs. Spruce Meadows is committed to being the world's leading venue for international equestrian sports with focus on organizing and hosting show jumping. Competitions of unparalleled quality for junior, amateur and professionals. Spruce Meadows prijs zal gelijk nog liggen de eerste combinatie, 27 combinaties in deze in-between om de Spruce Meadows prijs. De openingsstuur voorzorgd door firma Koopmansteun. Wij gaan aanvang nemen met de eerste combinatie. Representing Sweden, Ida Selin, Bentley van het Hulgenrode Z. Nakoming van Bamako de Muze. De first rider, representing Sweden. 4 strafpunten in het parcours, 2 bij voor de tijdafstrijding, 6 totaal, 75,37. Ida Schilling en Betsy van de Hogerode set. A total of 6 faults including 2 time penalties, 75.37. Emma Ponting, de volgende combinatie met Legends Diade van de Hekste Lord heeft de Carusma Corlando. Representing Denmark.
Dit moment dat er Isabel Olsen met Oksana 62-82 overste voor Finland. In the lead for Finland, Isabel Olsen, time to beat 62-82. En dan Brines voor Zweden op de tweede plaats. En Teddy Evans voor Groot-Brittannië op de derde plaats. De nummer 24 van start, Vanessa Heiko voor de Czech Republic. Van de Ottawa, Kerjane. De nummer 24.
Strafpunten 73,94. Het 12 penalty points, 73.94. Emma Portian en Lachance Diade. We gaan door met Bart J. Jr. van de Kasteel uit België. Vamos de la Pompe d'Or set. Jacob van Vio Dacius.
Vanessa Heikova van Naamtoa, de Kerjane 66 31 honderdste op de 66 31. Voor Denmark now, Alma Sofie Janssen Christensen, Swedish Dynamite. Voor Denemarken, deze Swedish Dynamite, dat is van Sankt.
De eerste van de combinatie 73,53, there in 73.53 seconds. Result Bart J. Junior van de Kastelen en Vamos de la Pompe d'Or set. En daarmee aan de leiding op de Strookse Meadows Prize. Denemarken nu met Linnea Rosenetsen en Medina en Van Hekste. Boegengaarders Graafse Staccato. Representing Denmark.
Op een tijd 62, 82, 62-82 to beat. Voor Polen nu Adam Koszczynski met Lorina van Carlos en voor Polen naar de nummer 6. Well done, clear round 61.20 in the lead now voor Polen, Adam Koszczynski met Lorina. Hij rijdt in de snelste tijd, 61.20 op dit moment aan de leiding.
Ja, van Kous, een mooie tijd neerzet van 71, 43 honderdste seconde, clear in 71.43. En daarmee aan de leiding, Linnea FC, Benson voor Denmark. Aan de leiding nu, time to beat, 71.43. Connie Adams uit Groot-Brittannië met de Deense Jagger, de Deense Zirako Newmal in de trouw.
And 6 men down for penalty points, 67-88, 4 strafpunten tegen is 6, 67 honderdste is de score van de Spaanse renner Nicola Cobo-Terran Sanadu. Opnieuw een Poolse deelnemer en dat is Alicia Cosmo met Ferreuza. Dat is van Vincenzo en in de middenlijn doet naar Vittorio, 28 voor Polen now.
Strafpunten in het parcours, 3-5 voor de tijdtalverschrijding, 76,78 in totaal 15 volts, including 3-time penalties, 76.78. Connie Adams en Jagger. Charlotte Thomas Pires uit Portugal met Beluga Hebel. De Alexander representing Portugal.
En opnieuw een snelle kandidaat, 63-49 honderdste en daarmee in de top 3. In third position now, clear round 63-49, de score voor Alicia Cosmo Ferreuza. De lead voor Poland Adam Koszczynski en voor Finland Isabel Olsen. En dan voor Poland in third position Alicia Cosmo. Bunning, wegenbouwprijs, we gaan verder met Finn Howitz, Sanova, Nico Bellozet. Van Kirby. Für Deutschland jetzt die Nummer 29. Finn Howitz.
12 strafpunten in de tijd van 69,55 honderdste seconden. 12 penalty points, 69.55. Charlotte Thomas Pierens. We gaan door met Oliver Wiel uit Polen. Met Nelke van het Zonnehol. Representing Poland.
Fehlerfrei, die Zeit 69,37 ergeblich für Bobic für Deutschland, Casanova auf 4 Kilometer. Hij heeft de vakboos in 69,37 onderste en dan reed naar de 12e plaats in de winningwegen. Voor Polen nu Gaia Gazmierczak met Let's Dream. Afstamming van Andret Einzig, de moedlijn van CI. Voor Polen. Number 30.
Strafpunten 73,97, 63.97, 12 penalty points. Oliver Wiel en Nelke van het Zonnehol. De achtste combinatie nu op de Spurs Medals Prize uit Italië. Tommaso Aluca met Heavy Plot van H. Blue Bal Emilio.
8 in the calls and 2 for exceeding the time allowed. A total score of 10 penalty points, time 80.53. Score for points by the Gaia Gazmierczak. Strafpuntje vertaald op de voor deze Poolse lijn. Amazon-lijn, de tijd van 80. Spain now, Carolina Sanchez Rosales, Garcia VDL. For Spain, the number 31.
Strafpunten, de doorkomsttijd 70-80 honderdste seconden, 12 penalty points, 70.80 seconds. Tommaso Aluca en Heavy Plot, representing Italy. Maar door met de Zwitser Antoine Tilda Sandstedt en Java vanuit Interlonal Zorte, representing Sweden.
Denemarken is aan zet met de Carlos L, afstamming van Cayetano. Je moederlijn wordt van Kornet Komelenski. Die wordt gereden door Filippa Rothausen. Voor Denmark naar de nummer 32, Filippa Rothausen.
1 penalty point, 70.51, 8 strafpunten, 70-51 honderdste seconde, deeldaadstand Java. Nederland nu uitzet met Wesley de Boer. Rijdt hij de medicade in van Eensband in VDL en de been van Hardy. Representing the Netherlands, Wesley de Boer.
Points is 67.03, figured by 1000 Jados L. De Westfalen pikt Nederlands 5A gaat afgevoerd strafpunten dus in 67 en die onderste seconde. Polen in de top 3 met een eerste plaats voor Adam Gorczynski met Lorina en een derde plaats voor Aniek Cosmo met Verreuza. En dan op de tweede plaats de Finse Isabel Olsson. Nu kijkt naar de Budding Vegenbouwprijs, de Children Small Tour. Hongarije nu aan start met Delma Jos. Die rijdt Casco PP, Cascetto en Cristo.
Nou, van de hoogste 70-98 en daarmee neemt hij de leiding al voor Wesley de Boer en Karin in de lead, 70.98 seconds aan de leiding op de Spruce Meadows Prize. Wesley de Boer nu aan de leiding, time to beat 70.98. Maar dan met Francesca Jong, Groot-Brittannië, Carreview, Liberetta van Eems-Ustida.
Fourth position, de Hungarian rider op de vierde plaats op dit moment met haar casco babé. Voor de Hongarije was dat Dalma Pichowski, 65-11. Denemarken dan met de 34 countdown van Viscount en Staccato. Hier is Xander Rijnhold Retzoen. Clear round 68-37, 68, 37 honderdste voor deze Xander Rijnhold Countdown. Ellen Bommeré voor België dan met iWatch van Ameldon gezet. Standaard van I'm Special de Muze, voor de lijnboet van de hengst van Londen. Voor la Belgique, de nummer 35 voor Belgium 35.
4 strafpunten in het parcours, daar komen 11 bij voor de tijdafscheiding. Totaal 15 strafpunten, in totaal 15 points, including 11 time penalties. 84.32 results, Francesca Jong en Carreview Liberetta. Portugal nu met Madalena Eloy en voorstel de Chignan Cachet van Eemste Mylord Cartago. Representing Portugal, nummer 12 van de startlijst.
77ste prima gedaan. Voorlopig naar de tweede plaats. Well done. In second position so far. 61-77. Ella Bomberé, I Watch van Abel van Z. Anna Boczynski heeft nog aan de leiding met Lorena in 61-20. Dichtbij. Emily Kjellberg voor Zweden met Lydia van de Bisschop. Dat is de vonderij van Untouchable en Liesde voor Sweden naar de nummer 36. Emily Kjellberg.
Strafpunten 72-54 honderdste seconde. Het resultaat voor de Madeleine Hilarion voorstelde Chen. We gaan ons vooral volgen met Olivier Dutsarik uit Tsjechië en ook niks van het Stuivenberghof vanuit de Kalitsko van Palmol. Representing de Tsjechië Republic.
Vier strafpunten, 64-47, onderste Emily Kjellberg, Lydia van de Bisschop voor Nederland. 64 voor Nederland brengt aan start Nana Adams met double B's van Quinten 2 en de keurigste de nummer 37. Voor de Netherlands, 37, Nana Adams.
Acht strafpunten in het parcours in de bij voor de tijd. 9 totaal in total 9 points, including one time penalty, 74.08. Olivier Pitsanik en ook niks van het Stuivenberghof. Martina Ferrari, de volgende combinatie in bruin Alonco Hero, set van X, 8 du senior.
For points 69, 51 score for Spanje dan nu de nummer 38 met Dakota Maluda, de naast die Flores van Carpet. Voor Spain de nummer 38, Dakota Maluda.
4 strafpunten voor penalties, 17.56, 70-56 honderdste seconde de tijd voor Martina Ferrari en Alonco Hero 6. 27 combinaties totaal, dus voor de Meadows-prijs. We gaan door met Frederik Pensel uit Denemarken. En tegen Chance zal die set vanuit de Calobese bal aan Buitens. Wesley de Boer aan de leiding met Karin in de lead. De time to beat 70.98.
39 for Portugal. Vier strafpunten in 65, 21 voor penalty point, 65-13. Score voor Portuguese, Gutierrez, 7 Chanel de Roep, we gaan naar België, met de Camille van de Lente Akkerzet.
Van de hoogste 7,52, Leeuwen 70.52, een nieuwe leader, Frederik Witzel, de Jacob Jens on the set. Leeuwen 70.52, it's a new time to beat. 70.52. Denemarken nu aan de leiding met Frederik Witzel, 70.52. Duitsland nu, Johanna Beckman, Queen Frida van Ex Karamba, Frida de Ravel, representing Germany.
De Belgen die blijven maar aandringen. 62-92 honderdste foutloos. Is er blij mee. Ze gaan dan ook naar de vierde plaats. Chanel de Roep met Camille van de Lente Akkerzet. Clear round 60-92 in fourth position so far for Belgium. Chanel de Roep, Camille van de Lente Akkerzet. Polen gaat aan de leiding met Adam Goczynski en nu aan start Lila Kolitsa. Een unbelievable 41 voor Polen.
Vier strafpunten, 71-01 voor penalty point, 71.01. The results of Johanna Beckman met Queen Frida. Nikita Tjeun, de volgende combinatie. Nederland zou worden met de Noorina van de laatste heide set. De medie is een afhouding van de bak Dreven. Het medie van Chin, representing the Netherlands.
Eight penalty points, 64-16, 8 strafpunten, de score voor de Poolse Amazone Lina Kolitsa. Unbelievable. Nog 2 te gaan en still in the lead. Adam Goczynski, Lorena, 61.20, that's the time to beat. 2 to go, 42 now for the United Kingdom. Ted Castel Mason, Beyoncé, LVPZ by Berlin and Cassini.
8 strafpunten voor Nikita Tjung en overwinnaar van de laagste heide Cent in de tijd van 69,78. 1 penalty point, 69,78. De Kasta Simons uit de Groot-Brittannië met de ruim expert. Nakoming van Oud-Kanchal en de van Darius R. Representing Great Britain.
For penalty points, 66.50, the score for Ted Preston Mason, United Kingdom. Die strafpunten in 16.60-50. De leeftijd aan die top niks te wijzen kan worden. Alles ongewijzigd. En dan gaan we kijken naar de laatste. De laatste competitor, Maisie Riley voor de United Kingdom, Lorenzo. Is bij El Salvador. For penalty points at finish number 5A, the time 68.57, the score for Maisie Riley, Kingdom riding Lorenzo. En dan zijn we eruit, dames en heren, dan weten we wie er gewonnen heeft. De winner for Poland, Adam Goczynski.
En als de tweede horseman, second refusal, de Kasta Simons en expert.
Op de derde plaats in third position for Finland, Isabel Olsson-Oksana. Op de vierde plaats voor België, maar dan met Chanel de Broek, Camille van der Lente Akkerzet.
Rider retires, de Kasta Simons en expert. We gaan door met Renato Iwanto uit de Japan en Steve van Heemstes Stanley. Aanleiding Frederik Vensholt met Take Chance on Me set 70.52, de time to beat 70.52. Blok twee plaatsen voor Wesley de Boer, het score van 70,98.
En dan hebben we hier de prijsuitreiking zo aanstaande. We gaan alle zetten aan ons krijgen. Ringmeester, zodat wij ze gaan aanhangen. We kijken, dames en heren, naar de Budding Regenbouwprijs. Budding Regenbouw BV heeft op het gebied van de grond, weg en waterbouw al meer dan 50 jaar een uitstekende naam hoofdhouden. Ze beschikken over 10 van gevallen medewerkers en eigen wagen en natuurwagen. Dat stelt ons in staat kwaliteit te leveren en te worden. Vanwege de omvang, niet te groot en niet te klein, leveren zij uitstekende diensten met een hoge mate van flexibiliteit.
Strafpunten in de tijd van 71,27 voor Ian Toby Monto met de Steve, 12 point, 71.27. Zijn de testers. De volgende combinatie in de ruime Lamborghini van de Hengste Dennis VDL en 2 van Kojak, representing the Netherlands. 4 strafpunten in het parcours, 1 erbij voor de tijd, 5 totaal, 74, 2400 seconden tijdtesters en de Lamborghini. In total 5 holes including 1 time penalty. Federica Cannoni uit Italië nu met C. James Wilson, worden in 2014, representing Italy.
It was a great ride of the Polish rider. Clear in 61.20, give him a real backhand. Adam Kocinski. De Poolse rider wint hier in 61.20 en hij wordt gecomplimenteerd namens de voorzitter hier, Leo Joosten. From Belgium, the president of this class, representing the ground jury, Leo Joosten from Belgium. Op de tweede plaats, ja, dat is dan een landgenoot van de heer Joosten, Ella van Maree, wat reed ze hard met iWatch van Abel Joosten. Tweede plaats, 61.77. In third position, long in the lead, Isabel Olsen, now in third position, Oksana Eek. 62.82.
Van de hoogste 74,45 en dat dicteert voor de tijd. One time penalty voor zich en daar belandt 74 point voor Tifa. Bekke Zwartje, de volgende combinatie. Nederlandse Amsterdam met de Denzel Tivoli Center van de Denzel van het Meulandman Landwind. Representing de Netherlands.
Well done, great sport. We gaan afrijden voor de eerronde. The lap of honor. And in first position, give him a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Adam Kocinski. He is the very best, Adam Kocinski. En hier zijn we klaar, dames en heren. Straks de tweede ronde van de Nations Cup, natuurlijk op het andere trek. Hold on here, and we will have the second round of the Nations Cup at the arena, and you are invited to go and stick.
Zestien strafpunten in de tijd van 73,66, 16 penalty points, 73.66, results, Bekke Zwartjes en Denzel Tivoli Z. 5 combinaties nog te gaan, 5 to go, then the prize skipping ceremony. We expect the 6 highest placers for the prize skipping ceremony with the horses. Frederik Wetshand in the lead, second position now for Wesley de Boer. The third place at this moment for Lydia Ilse Metsen. The fourth place for Bart J. Jr. van de Kastelen. Dan op de vijfde plaats, de fifth position voor Federica Cannoni. En dan op de zesde plaats voor Martina Ferrari. Sirang Sinu uit China met Luigi Inde. In het formatie gaat de parcours vrijwillig bij Giramsi met Luigi Uwe. We gaan door met Christina Klebanova en Kendrick van Eekstrandman Quattro. In de correctie op de vlucht staat voor Frederica Nulli met CJCB Z. 4 strafpunten in het parcours, 1 erbij voor de tijd, 5 totaal. In total 5 faults, including one time penalty. Frederica Nulli, Italië. En dit komt aan het kennen het parcours vrijwillig te beëindigen Christina Klebanova en Kendrick. 3 combinaties nog in de in-between op de Spruce Medals Prize. Ik ben benieuwd naar het stuur uit Nederland met Farmers Apple van Hengste Winwood, landbouw van Libero A, gereden door het Nieuwhuis, representing de Netherlands. Strafpunten 71,36, 20 penalty points, 71.36. Pem, graag naar de jury. Pem, graag wel bij de jury. En bij Nieuwhuizen wordt verwacht bij de jury. We gaan door met Jannik Jansen van Grunsen, nummer 26 van de startlijst. We rijdt hier Looking Den Police van Hengste Atlantic Mal Roadset, representing the Netherlands. 16 strafpunten in het akkoord, 20 erbij voor de tijd, 36 totaal. Jannik Jansen van Gunsen en Logiak Poelie. Total 36 penalty points. De laatste combinatie nu, Alex Bakka met Isimonga K. Verrechts de Dinsel van het Beulenhof. Vier strafpunten in het akkoord, 2 erbij voor de tijd, 6 totaal, in total 6 faults, including 2 time penalties, 75.97. Gewonnen door Frederik Vincent, de Dick Gentleman, set 70.52. Zo waren de prijsuitreiking op de Spruce Meadows prijs. Zo waren de 600 plaatsen winnen voor de Spruce Meadows prijs naast hier. En om 6:30 dan gaan we over naar de Nations Cup. En dan de ontknoping, de tweede ronde. Daarin zien we straks de beste 8 landen naar aanleiding van de eerste ronde. Eveneens op de Spruce Meadows prijs. Zodat de 600 geplaatste dames in het Bruce Meadows Prize. Bruce Meadows is committed to being the world's leading venue for international equestrian sports, with focus on organizing and hosting show jumping competitions of parallel quality for junior, amateur en professionals. Zodat de 600 geplaatste met voorop de combinatie uit Denemarken, Frederik Ventalt en Take Chance on Me zet. Bruce Meadows prijs dames en heren, de 600 geplaatste weggelopen naar het voor laatste treden van de winnende combinatie uit Denemarken. Uw applaus voor Frederik Ventalt. Representing Denmark, de allerbeste combinatie met de Take Chance on Me met een very fast time 70.52. De heer Max Benten namens de internationale jury brengt de felicitaties over aan de Frederik Ventalt. Take the Chance on Me zet. Mevrouw en wedstrijders, namens de organisatie, de mooie standplaat als extra prijs voor de 3 hoogste geplaatsten. Mooi aandenken aan het CSIO Zuidwolde. De tweede plaats voor Nederland met 70-98 met Karin, gereden door Wesley de Boer. De derde plaats voor IDEA Ilse Metsen, Denemarken 71,43. En dan voor deze combinatie de mooie standplaats. En dan de vierde plaats kiezen gaan naar Bart J. Junior van de Kastelen uit België, 73,53. De vijfde plaats voor Martina Ferrari, 70,56, representing Italy. En de zesde plaats, Duitsland, Germany, Johanna Beckman, Queen Frida. Nog even een mooie foto, alles te volgen bij spolder.net, maar ook op de Facebookpagina van CSIO Zuidwolde. De prijs zijn uitgereikt. Felicitaties van deze kant. It's up to you, de lip of order, Frederik Ventalt. En de applaus weer, dan komt hij aan de Denmark, Frederik Ventalt. En een mooie tweede plaats voor Wesley de Boer. Nogmaals voor de Richard naar Vredingfeld en nogmaals een slag uit Bruce Meadows. Half 7, de tweede ronde, 18.30, half past 6, de second round, de Nations Cup, Young Riders. de landen dames en heren, zodat ik opkomen de Nations Cup de jongerijders op het grootste Nederlandse terrein. Afgelopen de beginslag met Spanje, dan gaan we door naar België, dan Denemarken, Italië, Nederland, Zweden, Duitsland en dan als laatste mag starten Groot-Brittannië. We start with Spain, then Belgium, Denmark, Italy, Netherlands, Sweden, Germany, Great Britain. The Spurs Meadows Strides. Spurs Meadows is committed to being the world's leading venue for international equestrian sports with a focus on organizing and hosting show jumping competitions of unparalleled quality for junior, amateur and professionals. Spurs Meadows Strides, 8 landen, 32 combinaties in de 2 deelronden. Second round, the Nations Cup Young Riders. Ladies and gentlemen, the Spruce Meadows Prize. And the first competitor representing Spain, it's Serena Pettinal. And the group from Hacienda. Van Eens Conterns en Mal Libertino. De first rider, de eerste combinatie voor Spanje. En ze nemen 19 strafpunten mee vanuit de eerste ronde. The total score of the first round, 19 penalty points.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back to this Young Rider Nations Cup competition. We are in the midst of the competition, and we have the second round to bring you now.
16 penalty points, 67 points, 12 seconds.
Our first competitor was there for Spain. That was Elena Appendino with Grupo Prom Hacienda. Dropped the one pole there for the Spanish team. We're just a few moments ahead of schedule, so I do hope that you have joined us again for this competition. Of course, 8 teams coming back in round 2. The next is for Belgium. We're going in reverse order of placing from round 1. The Belgian team on a score of 12. Unfortunately, Sarah Verlinde, their first rider, is having a problem at the third fence with Billy Etna. Sadly, this pair were eliminated in round 1. And so we just wait for the arena party to rebuild the jump. So yes, 8 teams come back. The Belgian team on a score of 12. And they then are followed by Team Denmark, who are here coming into the ring in third, also on a score of 12. They just were a little faster than Belgium. Italy then on a score of 8, alongside the Netherlands and Sweden. And then at the top of the tree, Germany and Great Britain are your leading 2 teams on a score of 4 faults apiece. Well, fence 3 has now been reset, and Sarah Verlinde will have the opportunity to represent to the third fence. Sarah Verlinde now progressing around the course with Billy Etna. And very sadly, that's the second refusal. So the bell goes, and it's going to be elimination once again for Sarah Verlinde. Such a shame. Just not having the day that they want today.
First rider representing Denmark. 12 verstrafpunten vanuit de eerste ronde. 12 penalty points in the first round.
So let's move on then to Italy now. The Italian team have their pathfinder as Aurora Gauragno. Aurora rides Contento 23. And she's the pathfinder for the Italian team. She was clear in round 1. Italy here on a score of 8. Again, has a good look at fence 3. We're starting to have something else in play here in this arena. Some shadows being cast as we head into the evening in Zuidwolde, which can create something of an optical illusion. You see that fence, the Oxa, coming away from the triple is in the shade, whereas some of our other fences are very much in the bright sunshine. Jacob Theodor Schmidt is out on course though now. Looks like we will not come for, in fact we'll go forward with Jacob rather than our Italian team. So little error on our graphic there. It is indeed Jacob Theodor Schmidt with Bogergarden Gladiola. Clear in round 1 as well. And the Danish team on a score of 12. It is clear once again then for Jacob Theodor Schmidt. Great to get the double clear. Of course, hugely prestigious to be selected for this competition.
Italië nu met de eerste combinatie Aurora Di
So now indeed we do go to Aurora Gaurano with Contento, the leading out rider for the Italian team. Italy are led by their chef d'equipe Marco Bergomi, and Aurora rides this 13-year-old stallion by Contendros, aiming for another clear. You've just had a double clear for Denmark. Great to get one for the Italian team as well. Really takes a look into fence 3. Bit of a wandering line into fence 9, but doesn't cause her any problems there. Well, some cheers going up from the support team. It's clear for Aurora Gaurano and Contento.
Applaus, die is combinatie voor Italië. We gaan door met Nederland. Nederland totaal scoren van 8 strafpunten in de eerste ronde. 8 penalty points in de first round. De total score. Nu de eerste combinatie, dat is Vin Boerenkamp. Bereidt hier Parventen van de Bisschop.
So we go on then to the Netherlands now. Finn Boerenkamp with Parfait van den Bisschop. Riding, as I say, for the Netherlands. The pathfinder for the home nation in these characteristic orange jackets. He picked up 8 penalties in round 1, and that was the drop score. The Dutch team come forward with a score of 8. Nearly jumped out of the saddle there. Huge jumping horse. These fences are 1.45 meters in height.
Ja, mooi, de eerste combinatie voor Nederland. Finn Boerenkamp met Parvent van de Bisschop.
Well, it's going to be 2-time penalties for Finn Boerenkamp. Took it a little bit steadier, kept all the fences up, but was a little over our 74 seconds limit. And so that's going to be 2-time penalties for the Dutchman. So we continue on with the teams that are on a score of 8. The next is Sweden. And Ebba Kawenta is their first rider, riding Helios. Just 1 pole dropped in round 1. Sweden on that score of 8. But so many teams are. Oh, unfortunately, she's too deep at fence 3. It's a tough fence set out on the turn. Has a bit of a clip at the wall, but the brick stays in place. It's really going to be a battle between these teams. A lot of them are on equal penalties at the moment from round 1. A lot of them on the 8 faults. Ah, what a shame. Final fence goes for Ebba Coenter as well. She had an eye on the clock and she's actually sub 70 seconds. But 2 poles down gives her a score of 8.
Maar door met Duitsland. Duitsland in de eerste ronde de dansscore van 4 strafpunten. De totalscore in de first round 4 penalty points. Voor de eerste combinatie en dat is Marie Flick en Siral van de Collandermaal Kassel. Representing Germany.
Well, Marie Flick is the first rider for Germany with 0-7. 1 pole down in round 1 and the German team on a score of only 4. Well, big cheers and plenty of support for the German team here. It is clear for Marie Flick, gets the German team off to a great start for round 2.
Door met Great Britain. 4 strafpunten vanuit de eerste ronde. De topscore in the first round. 4 penalty points for Great Britain. Now the first rider in the second round. Rachel Bradley. Die voor van de Walenslager. Dan heeft de corridor van D en L.
The first rider in then for Great Britain is Rachel Proudley with Petit Four van der Vareslager. The British team had a great time in round 1, just dropping 2 poles between the whole team. And so they're here on a score of 4. They're the fastest 4 faulters. So they are leading the way. They're in pole position coming into round 2. Oh, Rachel Proudley drops the turquoise oxer that's caused so many problems. They're just landing a little short before they then have to make that quite tight turn back to the wall. Well, it's 1 pole for Rachel Proudley, just 4 for Great Britain to kick things off. A pretty solid start. Germany, of course, with that clear, so it's a little bit of a battle for the win as it stands between Germany and Great Britain. But of course, we'll see how the competition plays out over the course of time.
En dat is Anthony Putters, second rider representing Belgium.
So we go back to Belgium now then. It's Evelyn Putters with Oberon VDH. Clear in round 1, but once again it's a pole down. Just goes to show that some of the times the clears in round 1 do start to become unstuck in round 2. as the pressure starts to ramp up.
Strafpunten. We noteren voor deze combinatie 72.
Well, one down for Evelyn Puters of Belgium. That will be a counting score with the elimination of their first round, and so Belgium go up to a team total of 16.
4 strafpunten, 72,71. Voor penalty point, 72.71. Eveline Puters en Anderande VDH, 4 strafpunten. Denemarken weer met Victoria Sofia Netsen en catwalk van Hengste Cosmeo. The second rider for Denmark. First rider was clear in the second round.
So onwards to Denmark now once again then. The Danish team have a clear already. That's from their first rider. Victoria Sofia Hjortmadsen is in next with Catwalk V. She picked up 12 in round 1 and hers was the drop score. The Danish team total is 12 from the first round. Belgium, we know, are now on a score of 16. So Denmark, if they can keep to a score of 12, that could be a very valuable place indeed, as we have the likes of Sweden and the Netherlands potentially picking up faults and adding to their scores of 8 as well. Well, 8 is the score for Denmark's Victoria Sofia Hjortmadsen. It's an improvement on round 1, just 2 poles down rather than the 3. Gives her a score of 8. Italy also have a clear from their first competitor. And this next rider is Lorenzo Patrese with Gentleman H. He dropped the 1 pole in round 1, and the team are on, of course, that score of 8. Oh, what a pity. This Oxa is causing so many problems, and Lorenzo Patrese has lost his stirrup. He has done extremely well to get the balance back, ready for the wall. All jumping quite well in this young rider competition. Looks like our upright on the far side, well, it was an upright, it's an Oxa now actually, has gone down as well. Well, with the time to be added as well, it's 11 for Lorenzo Patrese of Italy.
Voor Lorenzo Patrese en Gentleman. De tweede combinatie zit nou hier in de second round. De Nations Cup op de Frozen Meadows Prize. We gaan door met de Nederlandse onderzone Fleur Holleman. Bereid je contactperiode van de Hengst Konradmal in Gatrouw.
So for the Netherlands, it's now the turn of Fleur Holleman with Katak du Haut Breil. Fleur Holleman for the home nation just dropped one pole in round one. This is going extremely well in round two, but the flag's up at the water. Ooh, the flag is up at the water, so it's one fence to be incurred for Fleur Holleman. Of course, one hoof in the water incurs them for penalties as well. So that means that Fleur Holleman, with that 4, gives the Netherlands a minimum score of 10. That is your team total. As we move on then to Sweden again. The Swedish team are now taking in Josephine Torell, 1 pole down in round 1 for just 4 penalties. Josephine Torell now working on the 4, puts Sweden up to a team total of 12. Much like the Netherlands go up to a score of 10, but Sweden drop behind. So that is going to be the current provisional score for the Swedish team. 1 down for Josephine Torell. If we can drop that score of 8, they will go to a score of 12.
We gaan door met Duitsland in de tweede combinatie. Jeremy Karstensen en Cassira van de Casarito.
So on to Germany now then. One of our two teams at the top of the tree on a score of 4. This is Tyder Carstensen with Gassira, this horse who's been competed to the top of the sport by Taika Carstensen. Clear in round 1. Oh, very deep down off the pace of the triple combination, but this is a fantastic jumping horse. You can just place this horse anywhere. It is just so athletic. It's well ridden by Tyder, but even can jump off the deep shot. Oh, what a late falling pole. One has gone for the German stars. Well, just one pole for the German, but we still have the clear, so there's still the chance that Germany could finish on the 0 score. Great Britain need a clear now if they'd stay in contention with Germany. They must be clear. It's Jake Myers with J Superstar. Another horse who has had quite the illustrious career in his own right. He's a 10-year-old stallion. And Jake just dropped one pole in round 1. But as I say, this must be clear for Great Britain to stay in the running for the win. Fantastic jumping horse. Oh, it's down for Jake Myers. Really misses at the Oxer coming away from the triple. He'll have wasted some time there as well. So Great Britain will go down to a score of 8. The doors open for Germany. They just need 2 more clears to seal the win. One pole for Jake Myers. He does really well to keep that inside the time allowed as well, which remember is 74 seconds. So Great Britain up to a score of 8, sorry, including that 4 from Jake. Moving on then back to Spain, our first team in for round 2. The team sitting in 8th place after that first round of competition. It's Spain's Patricia Astiz Camara with Dulcinea Platier. Their score was 11 in the end in round 1, contributing to that score of 19 for Spain. Well, a couple down now in that fence for Patricia. 16 will be the eventual score for Patricia. She didn't come forward in round. Well, in fact, sorry, she did come forward in round 1. The second rider is not coming forward in today's competition, so it's Patricia coming forward with a score of 16. Now, that means all scores for Spain will be counting, so just to update you that Maria Garcia Pertusa Bodega is not starting. For Belgium now, once again, it's Mathieu Bordeaux with Oscar the Homage. 8 was their score in round 1, and the Belgium team are now up to a total team score of 16. Makes that turn really nicely. Round 2, fence 9. This is such a balanced, lovely round. Well, the score is a 0 for Belgium's Mathieu Bordeaux. Doesn't add anything. He knows, though, that with the elimination, all scores must count for Belgium, and so now they're up to 16. So they won't be challenging for the win or a podium place, but great to complete, of course. Well, back to Denmark now then. It's Josephine Sandgaard Morup with Riddle Quiz. 1 pole down in round 1 for our Danish competitor. And we're working on the 8 now, so this is taking the Danish team total up somewhat. She'll finish on a score of 8, nearly 2 seconds inside the time. The Danish team total now goes up to 20.
En daarmee op dit moment komen ze op een score van 20 strafpunten. 20 penalty points so far. We gaan door met Italië, met Martina Simoni, met de Bejaardal van Hengst Badeker.
Martina Simoni is up next for Italy with Bayardo. The Italian team on a score of 8. They have a 0 score and an 11 faulting score. So we hope for a clear for the Italian team. That would keep them on their score of 8. As ever, strong performances in round 2. Really can see teams climb up and up the rankings. Just because they've performed well in round 1 doesn't mean that it'll go the same way in round 2 and vice versa. She was nearly overshooting her turn but managed to get the control back quickly. Just these 2 final fences for Martina Simoni. This classic question of extension and collection now to the final fence. Perfectly done, but she's just over the time allowed for Italy. It puts them up to a score of 9. Just half a second is going to add 1 to the Italian team score. That is agonizing. It was a really lovely round from Martina Simoni. Oh, what a pity. Back to the home team then now. Their third rider is Emma Bokken, who was clear in round 1, the only clear of the Dutch team. Emma rides decisive. Coming home down this final line then, Emma Bokken and decisive. Can they get a double clear? Would be the only opportunity of the home team to get the double clear, and she gets there. She's exactly 1 second in. It's perfectly judged. Keeps the Dutch team score to 10.
En daarmee komt Nederland op dit moment op 10 strafpunten. 10 penalty point at this moment for the Netherlands. We gaan door met Zweden. Dat is Ingemar Hammerström en steekt vanuit Stadseberg.
So on to Sweden again. This is Ingemar Hammerström with seed. 1 pole down in round 1. The Swedish team on to a score of 12. Well, a good rattle there, and down comes fence 2 for Ingemar. Sweden up to now a score of 16. The double is also causing problems still. It's 2 down now for Ingemar Hammerström. Just wait for our graphic to update. It should be 8 now for the Swede. Of course, fence 2 down and that pole in the double. Safely over the final fence.
Well,
we'll just confirm that score for our latest competitor. Looks like we are just counting the one fence down there.
Representing Germany.
Oh, our Swedish rider. Team score goes to 16. On to Germany then now. Magnus Schmidt is third in. Sadly, this combination were eliminated in round one, and this could be a crucial performance. Germany are leading the way with that score of 4, but they need to keep it. Great Britain are hot on their heels with 8. Carl Gustav 7 is Magnus's ride, and he's a big jumping horse. He's a 9-year-old gelding by Com Il Faut. And he's down in the double. Double combination goes for Magnus Schmidt. The German team drop to a score of 8 for sure. Would have them level with Great Britain. You see how quickly this competition can change. There's cries of no, no, no from the sidelines. As, oh, what a shame. Magnus Schmidt really held on incredibly well there. But sadly, away from the fence, parted ways with Carl Gustav 7. So sadly, it's elimination once again. Both times, it's the water that caused them a problem. I feel that Magnus Schmidt is going to go away and practice the water jumps. At home, what a pity. So since the elimination will have to be the discounted score, that puts Germany onto a total of 8. Great Britain's third rider is up next. Well, we just await our next competitor. Looks like Lauren Caroline is in the ring now. She's due to be the next competitor, the third rider for Great Britain.
Helaas starting voor de Magnus Schmidt en Carl Gustav. Eliminated de third rider voor Germany. We gaan kijken naar de third rider voor Great Britain. En dat is Lauren Caroline. Met Elmira Mail vanuit Ultrida.
Well, good to see Magnus Schmidt on his feet and heading out of the ring. Lauren Caroline is swiftly on now, though. Now, safely over the first fence with Elmira Mail for Great Britain. Lauren dropped just 1 pole in round 1, and she is taking these turns very speedily. This pair are naturally quick, but she's conscious that she needs to try to keep the time down as well. Well, Lauren Caroline, oh, it's a hoof in the water. The flag's up, the flag is up, and it's 4 for Lauren Caroline. Oh, Great Britain now have to count 8 at a minimum from round 2.
Till it's time for Great Britain. We gaan naar de laatste combinaties.
And that's
van
going to
alle
drop them to a
combinaties.
total
Dan
team score
gaan we weten wie de
of
gouden medaille
12.
in ontvangst gaat nemen.
That's going to drop them right down the rankings. Drops them into 4th place. The Netherlands move up into a podium spot. Germany take the lead. Italy are in 2nd. A real turnaround for the Italian team. So your top 3 now are Germany, Italy and the Netherlands, but it will come down to the final rider for each team.
De laatste combinatie voor Spanje, de restrijder voor Spain.
So the final competitor for Spain is Juan Rivagil with Havana Balia Grand Mustier ZD. Again, a really experienced horse. Great to see this experienced steed giving the experience to Juan. This competitor just dropped 1 pole in round 1, but Spain very much out of the running. It's just good though for these competitors to complete. Well, that is such a shame. Juan Rivagil is unfortunately jumped out of the saddle from Havana Balia Grand Mustier, so unfortunately that's going to be elimination. That will make things extremely difficult for the Spanish team, as they are then eliminated in round 2 without 3 counting scores. However, we were expecting them to finish in 8th place in any case. So that is their final position. Won't really make a difference to their ranking. Poland, remember, in 9th, and Spain in the 8th slot. Well, we just wait for our next competitor. We will be heading swiftly on to Belgium again. Their final rider is Vic de Plecker. Belgian team sit in 6th place as it stands. Remember, they also had the early elimination, and so their current score of 16 is the best they can do.
Over dat win van Jammer Glanda, Rivagil en Havana Balia Grand Mustier ZD. We gaan door met België, de laatste combinatie met Vic de Plecker en Ellipsal van Extrablue uit 2 van Poland.
Vic de Plecker then now for Belgium with Ellipshow. As I say, Belgium are on that score of 16 at the moment. So again, they won't be contesting for a podium finish here today, but Vic de Plecker, a really great competitor for the Belgian team, bringing forward this 11-year-old stallion by Zirocco Blue. Just 1 down in round 1. Well, it's a hoof in the water for Victor Plecker. Up goes the flag. But safely over the final fence. So it's 4 for the Belgian. That's going to be added to their total. So it's 8 in round 2 for the Belgian team. And their team score is now 20.
Penalty points. 20 strafpunten, dat is de score voor België. Ga door met Denemarken. Caroline Krutsen en landlist Koikon. Next to Di Capo Malcorando. The last competitor representing Denmark.
So we go to Denmark once again now to Caroline Knudsen. They are on a score of 20. We need a clear here to remain on that score, but unfortunately a pole down for Caroline has now got them on to 24. Final fence goes as well for Caroline Knudsen, so the score is 8. Look at that time though, 67.96. So Denmark drop one of their scores of 8 and it's 16 in round 2. Gives them a total of 28 and they drop into 7th place. Belgium go up into 6th.
Dat is David Vidal met Leicester vanuit Elvis ter Putten.
Well, the next team to complete will be Italy. And Davide Vitale is their final competitor. Riding Leicester. Sadly, this pair were eliminated in round 1. Italy are on a score of 9, which at the moment has them in 2nd place. So a clear here for Davide would keep them in 2nd place. Would be a huge result, a huge achievement, particularly considering his result in round 1. He's going to be careful at the double. Needs a serious turnaround in fortune. This would be the story of the day. If Davide Vitale can secure 2nd for Italy after his elimination. It was the final fence where he fell before. But we have a pole down. We have a pole down for Italy. And a hoof in the water as well. It's all come apart for Davide at the end of the course. It's a score of 8. So Italy drop their score of 11 and they add 9 in round 2. And that gives them a total score of 17. Huge drop down the leaderboard for the Italians. They go down to 5th now. From 2nd to 5th. A huge change for the team. Well, 4 teams remain to complete. The home team of the Netherlands is up next. They are now in 2nd place with a score of 10. They were on 8 from round 1. They've had a great turn of events here in round 2 so far. A 2, a 4 and a clear, and oh my goodness. The 2nd fence is down for Mart Island with Isla Ibiza. It's now 14 for the Dutch team at a minimum. And they now go behind Great Britain. Well, that pole down for Mart Island also changes the story for the home team as well. They pick up 6 now in round 2. And their team score is going to go up to 14. They now drop behind Great Britain. We stay ahead of Sweden, who are in 4th. And they're next to complete. Great Britain climbed to 2nd. Well, we said earlier that this leaderboard was likely to just keep moving up and down and up and down, and it certainly has done that. Germany are still your leading team. Great Britain are now in 2nd, who incidentally were the top 2 from round 1. Netherlands now sit in 3rd. Sweden in 4th, but Sweden are yet to complete. Mathilde Bollin is their final rider, with Domino van der Zoethoven. The Swedish score is 16 for now. Anything picked up here will be added to that. Well, it is clear for the Swedish rider, for Mathilde Bollin. Sweden now just at 8 in round 2. That is confirmed, and their team score is 16. They are up to 4th place. With nothing to add from Mathilde Bollin. Well, the leading team are in the ring now. It's Mick Hahnhorst with Struers Constanza. This is a strong, strong pairing. They were clear in round 1 and Germany lead the way. This needs to be clear in order for Germany to win. Oh, it's a fence down! Oh, it's gone for Mick Hahnhorst. The win was theirs for the taking. Now they're level with Great Britain. Oh no, the fence has gone! Oh, it's all going wrong for Mick Hahnhorst. Well, it's 2 fences down for Mick Hahnhorst. Unfortunately, the elimination that the team had means they have to count that score. They had 12 from round 2, and it gives a team score of 16 now for Germany. They were absolutely at the top of things. But they drop right down the leaderboard. They go level with Sweden. And quite incredibly, Great Britain rise to the top of the leaderboard. One rider remains. It's Ava Vernon with Volney de Choc Z. If Ava can jump clear, Great Britain will take the win. Super talented team. Volney de Choc, this 12-year-old mare, owned by Dean Vernon. Safely through the triple. The tension. You could just cut the air with a knife. Great Britain led by Tracy Newman here today as their chef d'équipe. Oh, if she's had a fence, Ava Vernon knocks down in the double. It's a fence down for Great Britain. And unfortunately, that one fence is going to lose them the win. It is impossible now to call this competition, but we have a result for you. What a shake-up in the standings. It's a fence down for each of the British riders in round 2, so they add 12 to their score of 4. They came here as the leaders from round 1, but finish on a score of 16, which puts them level points-wise with Germany and Sweden. Those 3 will be placed in terms of time, but your winners are actually going to be the Netherlands. They came here from round 1 on a score of 8. They added 6 in round 2 to finish on a score of 14. But that is the best score of the day. It's a win for the home nation, for the Netherlands, taking the top spot in this Spruce Meadows Prize, the Nations Cup of Young Riders here in Zuidwolde in the Netherlands. Team Germany will finish in 2nd place, the fastest of the 16 vaulting Finnish teams. Sweden will be in 3rd, rounding out the podium, and agonisingly, the fence down from Great Britain, the one fence, puts them into 4th as the slowest of the 16 vaulters. Italy come home in 5th place. Belgium will be 6th. Team Denmark in 7th. And Team Spain will be 8th. So the 1, 2, 3 is the Netherlands, Germany and Sweden. The Dutch team getting that win on home soil. They really needed a good result here. This is only their 2nd appearance of the season, and they've had a 1st and a 2nd place already. Takes them on to 190 points. So they'll go quite some way up the leaderboard, but they won't challenge for the lead. One leg of this series remains for the young riders. It's going to be in Hagen in Germany, and that takes place at the 2nd week of June. We will be bringing you that competition live on FEI TV as well. Of course, we have had now the final competition in this FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth Series from Zuidwolde in the Netherlands. Great win to round things off for the home nation of the Netherlands. If you've missed any of the action, you can watch it all back on demand at your leisure in the FEI TV archive. Plenty to enjoy in that competition. All 4 classes will be available to watch on demand. It's been an absolute pleasure to take you through this competition. Thank you so much for joining us. I have been Hannah Robson, and I look forward to taking you through the next of the Youth Nations Cup series. Have a wonderful evening and enjoy the rest of your weekend, everybody. Good night.
Zo dadelijk, dames en heren, dan gaan we over naar het uitreiken van de prijzen. We hebben goud voor Nederland, golden medal voor de Netherlands. En dan zo dadelijk de games. Opgave is toch mogelijk. Wil je meedoen aan de Dutch Games? You can tell it to Ingrid, she's here. And you are invited to do with us the Dutch Games.
kommt der Hund, dann kommt die Hasen, dann kommt lange nichts und irgendwann merkt der, oh, den alten habe ich vergessen.
Bruce Menno's-prijs, de Nations Cup, de Young Riders. Dames en heren, de derde plaats, brons voor Groot-Brittannië, Great Britain. Please come back to the podium. The third place at the Nations Cup winners, Bruce Menno's-prijs. De derde plaats voor Great Britain, Jeffrey Tracy Newman, Rachel Brownlee, Jake Myers, Robin Caroline en Ava Fernand. Ladies and gentlemen, Great Britain! Op de tweede plaats, zilver, dames en heren, voor Duitsland, Germany! Jeff Keep, Peter Tillen, Manny Flickriders, Jade Karstens, Magnus Smit en Mick Howlhorst, Germany. Maar dan hebben we de gouden medaille, dames en heren. Kom maar van de plaats, ze gaan op het podium, het hoogste podium bij de Young Riders, de Nation, de Netherlands. Jeff Dekiep, de heer Vincent voor de rijders, Vin Boerenkamp, Fleur Holleman, Emma Bokken en Mart Eland. Maar voordat we opgaan aan het uitreiken van de prijzen, indien mogelijk aan u het verzoek op te gaan staan, please all eyes voor de Detse anthem, het Wilhelmus. Nederland, de Netherlands. De Spruce Meadows prijs. Namens de Spruce Meadows, mevrouw Hellenbroek in ons midden, gaat de felicitaties overbrengen aan het bronzen medaille winnende team Groot-Brittannië, Great Britain. En op de tweede plaats met zilver op de felicitaties van mevrouw Hellenbroek namens Spruce Meadows voor Duitsland. Jeffrey Peter Theeuwen. En de rijders Mari Frik, Sjane Karstensen, Magnus Smit en Mick Houthorst. En dan de winnaars van de gouden medaille. De Jeffrey Vincent Gordon, de Netherlands. Mooie plaat als extra prijs als aandenken aan het CNCO, de Wolde. Namens Spruce Meadows. Mevrouw Hellenbroek namens Spruce Meadows brengt de felicitaties over aan het gouden winnende team onder leiding van Vincent Voren. Nou, even een mooi fotomoment. Mevrouw Hellenbroek, wij op de foto. Namens Spruce Meadows. En dan namens de FEI, de heer Jacques Brouillet in ons midden, representing de FEI. Mr. Jacques Brouillet namens de FEI brengt felicitaties over aan het bronzen winnende team, zilver winnende team, maar ook natuurlijk aan het gouden winnende team Nederland. Also a picture of Mr. Jacques Roger representing the FEI. Dan hebben we nog die mooie stalplaten, de stable plates voor de top 3. Mevrouw Ingrid Snijders namens de organisatie namens het CSCO de Wolde. Stalplaten worden opgestudeerd. Dat hebben we hier gedurende de 5 dagen van CSCO de Wolde, maar natuurlijk ook tijdens deze Nations Cup. Dit voor Nederland, Duitsland en Groot-Brittannië. Provinciaal naar het gouden winnende team onder leiding van Jeffrey Vincent Voorden, de rijders Vin Boerenkamp, Fleur Holleman, Emma Bokken en Mart Eland. En dan zien we dat de prijzen zijn uitgereikt. Ruiters, graag aan jullie paard. Dan gaan we op voor naar de ereronde. De Lap of Honor om goud, zilver en brons. En de medaillewinnaars zijn zitten weer op het paard. Wij gaan dan voor naar de eerste ronde. Dames en heren, voorop de 11 corner. Geef hem een big hand, the Netherlands! Nou, even met z'n allen, want daar komen ze aan. Give them a big hand. All together, the Netherlands! And also for Germany! And Great Britain! Nou, Nederland, zullen we nog één keer jullie alleen als gouden medaillewinnaars. De Letland Order, only to you. En dan even met z'n allen. Stoot de buurman weer aan, daar komen ze aan. Nederland, de Netherlands! Mooie afsluiting. Nederland, de gouden medaillewinnaar. Met onder leiding van chef Vincent voor hen. Met de dankkaart voor de medals. Straks om een half uur, dan hebben we de Dutch Games. Je kunt je nog opgeven bij je rit aan het begin van de loos. De Dutch Games, zo dadelijk om 8:30.
Ja.